discovers it now. Yep, there it is. Oh well. Hi, YouTube. The comedy of errors. The comedy of errors. Okay, let's disable the level loading real quick. Like so. And this. And this. Excellent. Okay, and this. All right, so we want an error-free file, and I think that we have it. So that's good. Now, we can load our assets using asset tracking. We're just going to use Bevy Asset Loader instead of their kind of baked-in solution. But that's okay. I think that's all right. Now, what happens? Well, first of all, how far do we get through the game before we either crash or can't load anything? Okay, so we can't build. Cool. Because there's a bunch of assets that no longer exist anymore in the demo code, right? Source theme interaction. Okay, so let's work through this gradually. First of all, is the lib file, is that buildable now? Demo plugin, screens plugin, and theme plugin. Cannot find plugin in asset tracking. You're right, because I wasn't using function format. I was using this old format that we're kind of moving away from. So one of the key features of this template is that it uses the function loading, the function plugins. So let's look at another one. What do we got? Source audio? No. Yeah, this kind of thing. So it's super function plugin app. So we get rid of this. And effectively, it's just this. And we're trying very hard not to hit the K or the J keys. Bad Vimmer. Okay, that looks correct. All right, better. All right, so we're doing that. That means that, yeah, asset tracking plugin. Cool. So does that fix what we had with lib? Yes. And are there any errors remaining in lib? No. All right, so all we've really done is we've removed the existing asset tracking stuff and replaced it with Bevy Asset Loader because that's what we're used to, and it sounds like the code and the template was very much based on that too. So that seems okay. Now, demo plugin, we're going to have to move everything because we don't want a plugin in our code called demo. Should we just name it after the game? How would one do that? Does that sound correct? Let's look at what was in refactor maybe. Or if you generate one using cargo generate, actually let's get out of this directory. Cargo generate, Bevy quick start branch cargo generate. Project name sample layout. Leave it blank. Let's go to sample layout and see what's in the main directory. And it uses a source directory. LSA source and it still has that demo. All right, so that's cool. Let's just let's rename it pretty much everywhere. I guess to KiwiBird. I can't think of a better way of doing it. Or do we just call it game? It seems wrong. Gameplay, potentially. Or play. Do I like that? What are the things in demo? Demo, level, player, movement, animation. I mean, it sounds like play would be a good mod name for it. Let's try that. And then we'll go MV source demo. Wow, that is not what I wanted. Source demo, source play. All right. Now we start looking for use of demo everywhere because I might have gotten to a certain point with Vim where I feel comfortable with it, but refactoring, still not there after many, many years. Can't find play mod RS. Well, you should be able to because it exists. But let's have a look. Mod animation. Actually, we should be turning off virtual text because it bugs me. Okay, let's look for demo anywhere. No. Demo anywhere. That needs to become play. Demo anywhere. Demo anywhere. Don't love that indentation. I'd rather have this. Like so. And then we go. This is based on multiple examples and may be very different for your game. It looks pretty similar to what I do, but let's see how that goes. Any other instances of demo I need to fix? Yes. Okay. Asset tracking load resource definitely doesn't exist. And app load resource gameplay music. What is the Bevy asset loader equivalent of that? Yeah, best viewers, whatever, dude, whatever. Wait, where's my mod stuff gone? Wait a minute. Did they change the interface again? Or am I just losing it? Huh. Where's my little icons? Very annoying. Okay. Screen state for the main gameplay. All right. So what is the equivalent when we're loading? We shouldn't need to load that resource at all because it'll just happen using Bevy Asset Loader, as far as I know. So yeah, we can remove that and we can go here and delete that. And that seems to be adequate. And of course, we're not going to be using assets.load. We're going to be using other things, but we are also not Interesting that gameplay music needs dependency, handle, audio source, entity, option, entity. What is dependency? I don't know about this. Derive helper dependency. Huh. Okay. New stuff to learn. More new stuff to learn. Wait while I slip some miso. Yeah. So I wonder why they chose, I guess they chose Impl this time because they had to put gameplay music as not just a regular plugin struct. Oh, in fact, it's not a plugin at all. What am I doing? Okay, I understand. All right, so let's comment this out. Because we do not need it right now. I do quite like this business of just having these, instead of chaining them, just having them as separate statements. But that's okay. What are we missing here that we don't need? We don't need music. Sure, why not? Okay, cool. I'm liking the structure. I'm liking it. I am liking it. Let's get rid of this. Let's go back to lib and check that nothing else is broken. Okay, nice. So what else in demo will not work? Oh, it's not demo anymore. It's play. Play mod, animation, movement, player, level. What does level do? No setup required for this plugin. A command to spawn the level. Functions that accept only world. Oh, yeah. The only thing we have in our level is a player, but add things like walls, etc. here. All right, so this is where we would use, for example, KiwiBit old. Next level, I believe. Yeah, this kind of stuff. That's where this would come in. Mm-hmm. And in all of its monstrosity. Actually, in KiwiBit old, what else do we need? Crates wise. So we're going to need old cargo. For example, common assets, ECS tile map, IR. We need IR. Do we need IR? Am I using IR? We might need IR. We need image. Leafwing input manager, of course. All right, well that absolutely we need that. Cargo add Leafwing input manager. Beautiful. 100% we need that. What else? Pathfinding we need, definitely. No question about it. Log. Don't think we're using log much. Rand. Yes, we need rand and surd, but not tiled. I think there's something in there that I needed to change, but I can't remember. Okay. Oh, and we need surd derive. Oh, I'm still using the J's and the K's and the H's. It's bad. Bad Vimmer. Terrible Vimmer. Features Wayland. I like that it detected that I needed that right away. That's kind of cool. Interesting that compile low severity logs out of native builds. Yep. cool. I would like these sorted. Can these be sorted? Can I sort, please? Can we sort for the sorting? We need the sorting, please. We need them a lot. It's very important. It's not important at all, but it's important to me. Don't use JJJ. Still don't use JJJ. Don't use KK. KK. Tracing leaf wing. Goes up 9. That paste. And then good Vimmer. Well done. Good Vimmer. 10 down. And then delete and up. What was that? That was pathfinding. Up 6 and paste. And third, RST, 6 down, delete, 5 up, paste. Okay, good. Good Vimmer. Excellent Vimmer. Not excellent Vimmer. Good Vimmer. Good miso too. Excellent miso. All right, good. So we've added some stuff. Excellent. I happen to know that we're up to way more than version. I'm not sure if the version control is going to kind of update itself, but let's, I think it's 14 or 15. Let's go and find out. Let's find out. Let's go to, sorry about the flashbang. Let's go to QEBIT. By the way, if you feel like torturing yourself and want to play the existing version of this game, it is, oh God. Apparently I'm logged out of every single damn thing. Every single damn thing. One moment, caller. Let's put this over here. Let's log in. Let's go here and do that. And then let's add a verification code because we believe in two-factor auth. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. If we can find it, that is. There it is. We're not going to say it out loud. Not that it really matters, but you never know. And we add it there. Oh, we almost did it. And we're back. Okay. And we go to the game, which is there. And we move it back to the main screen. And everybody's happy and nobody's sad or miserable in any way. And then we get the secret URL, which really isn't that much of a secret, but you know, there it is. And we put it in here so that if anybody does feel like playing our ridiculous game, they can. As it develops, it will be continually pushed to here. And if you happen to like QEBIT, then hey, this is a shittier version of that. And so on. Okay. Now, we go back. We go back and we keep going. Oh yeah, so I wanted to look up the versioning, which was 0.14. We got 0.14. We may as well be consistent. Why not? Why wouldn't we be consistent? Okay. Now, get rid of that. Yes, you are correct. This is no longer available. Asset tracking. All right, we got that. We got that working. Now, what is up? What is next? What is, we need to find all of the paths that are going to break because there are no, actually one way to do it would be just to build, right? The paths that will break because there's no assets to match them. So in some ways, this game isn't, the template isn't ideal because it's got an example game within it, right? So we should come up with some way of avoiding that if possible. Maybe our own version of the template, but then you've got to maintain it. You've got to keep updating from upstream and so on. Kind of annoying. They did say they were going to upstream it, the other sense of the word upstream, into Bivy proper, which is good. That's such good miso. Okay, so how much badness are we going to get here? How much badness, really? Oh, it's been a bit slow. That's because I added a bunch of packages, I guess. Boop-a-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I think all of this refactoring pain will be worth it because we'll have a much better pattern to work from and we'll get really familiar with it. Become second nature. We'll have to adjust the Bevy Kira audio stuff. I have to remember to do that. Who's on for green? I happen to know Clonk is on. Is anybody else on? Clonk. Clonk, Mesaka, Hexadigital, I'm Geyser, and Jake create stuff. If you're not following Clonk, by the way, you really should be. Clonk is amazing. It does some really interesting stuff. Okay, so lots of errors. This is good. This is good. This is good. All right, so now we look at this one in particular, any reference to load resource, basically. So we look for load a resource, and we find load resource. So we don't want that. We don't want it at all. And then we remove that. And then we look for any resource that might be have a path. Yeah, here we go. Interesting. Player assets, I see. So this is taking the place of what we already have with Bevy Asset Loader. So I don't want this at all. I don't want this either. Any of that, basically. It'd be nice to have the ability to insert, rather than have to refactor it all, to just insert your own stuff. But maybe I'll end up maintaining my own fork of this just to understand. Spawn player. Run system once with self. Spawn player. Okay. And spawn player has player assets. I see. Interesting. Whereas I would ask for texture assets. Yeah, and we've got sprite bundle here. Okay, cool. So all very similar. Movement controller, I don't know if that's not Leafwing, right? Yeah, we're gonna remove all of that. This is the difficult part, is that there are two really good external credits that I want to continue to use, and so I've got to rip out all of the sample code that refers to them. It's a little bit annoying. But I get it. I get why it's there. It's just, it goes into enough detail that it causes pain when you try to get rid of it. But I think once we're there, we'll have a really good pattern. Intent. That's such a great word for it. I never know. I use destination, but intent is great. It's a really good idea. So movement controller, you say, and then default for movement controller, intent is 0, max speed is 400. All right, and then apply movement. So some of this we might end up keeping because there's some really good ideas here. handle player movement, but it could also handle like monster movement, right? So, because I can already see that intent, instead of vec2, intent could be pub intent tile pos, right? We could do that. That'd be perfect. Yeah, interesting. If you want to move the player in a smoother way, consider using a fixed time step. Yeah, this is not physics. I'm not going to be using physics, so I don't care about any of that. Okay. So, how do we do this? I'm swamped by decisions that I have to make. I don't want to be swamped by decisions. Is there a better way, rather than editing the existing one, is it better to try and re-implement my current one in the same style? Because I feel like I'm slowing down. I don't really want to. I think that's probably true. I think rather than try to re-implement this, rather than try and edit all of these beautiful examples, I should instead figure out how to do it in the same way, but just by modifying small pieces at a time so that the game doesn't continuously break. I need to be able to run it frequently in between times. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Let's go. We want to keep the structure that we've been given, but also, shit, how do I do this? How do I do the thing? No, screw it. We're okay. We're okay. We've been doing fine. Let's go with small commits. So let's, oh my goodness. Well, this is a big commit. Yep, add all that. Remove all that. Yep, agreed. And then add. Okay. Re-scaffold and add required packages. Oh my goodness, lots of notifications. Okay, nice. We will push that. Fantastic. We will drink some more miso. Excellent. All right. Now, what is the next required thing? Let's just keep going through the build errors so we know that load resource does not exist. And we're not going to have credits music anyway. Let's just comment that out. And comment that out. And that. Nice. Audio sound effect probably is not going to be a thing, but, you know, we'll get there. Excuse me. And also interaction assets. Path button hover. Interesting. Missing that. Yep, you're right. We want to keep these examples. Run if resource exists. That's a new one too. Is resource exists provided by this crate or by Bevy? Looks like by Bevy. That's cool. I like that. Run if resource exists, so you can like prevent it from crashing basically. That's cool. Okay. Let's keep going. Where are more of my build errors? Many, many, many of them. Yep, so that one is in where? Loading? Thought I'd fixed my loading. Oh, the screen's loading. Okay. No. Probably not. Gameplay music. And interaction assets can all go away. All assets loaded. I don't think I need that because of Bevy Asset Loader. The and then pattern is really cool though. I like that a lot. Continue to title screen. Run if in-state screen loading. Okay. But it's not continually spawning these, is it? Why is it running on update? That's kind of weird. Spawn loading screen. On enter. Oh, I see. But is it really? Continue to title screen. Run if in-state screen loading. But that's running on update. Why would it run on update? Maybe that's because of the and then. All assets loaded. So what does the and then actually do? Returns a new run condition that only returns true if both this one and the past and then return true. Okay. All right. I'm with you. So that's good, but I don't think we need it because Bevy Asset Loader will do it for us. So all we need to do is this. No, bad Vimmer. Better Vimmer. Good Vimmer. All right. Cool. So, yeah. Interesting. All right. Now we got more badness. Method cannot be changed. This is in animation. All right. Yeah. Cannot find player assets. Run if resource exists. That is a good one to remember. Trigger step sound effect. That's cool. This is stuff that I'm not doing, and it's so good because it's, instead of having these giant functions that have everything happening within them, we've got this nice composed stuff. I really dig it. It's really cool. But it's peppered with this other stuff that I'm not using. So we just got to work through it patiently, and we'll get to a point where we can start to write progress again. And we also got to drink more soup, because that's important too. Okay, now. Let's see. Player assets, steps, choose, RNG. What is steps? Oh, we don't know. I see, so it's randomly choosing. Okay. Spawns an audio bundle with a sound effect tag. All right, this is another one we need to comment out, but very cool example. All right. And again we go. Again we go. Okay, player assets Ducky. And player RS. We'll probably just comment out this entire thing actually. Stop being a bad Vimmer. Yep, those are unused. That's fine for now. Okay, one more build. Don't tell me we were there, I won't believe you. I believe you. All right, so what happens when you actually run? Bad things, probably, because none of the paths will exist. Yes, it just sits in loading. That's fine. Let's go through and remove any references to those paths. So anything that says assets, textures. Oh, I see. These are, right. So these are my paths. Path not found, KiwiBert, assets, textures, map tile. So where are they? Oh, they're in images, right. I actually don't have a problem with textures, but maybe I'll just rename it back to texture. Why shouldn't it be textures? Move, assets, images, assets, textures. Okay, now run it. All right. And we're in the menu state. Hey, we made some progress. I imagine credit screen will not work. Nothing will work, basically, but we made it. We made it to the menu. Nice. Sweet. That deserves more soup if anything does. Now, let's see here. All right, so we're working. We don't have the bevy stage bit, right? Whatever it's called, the splash. What file name was it looking for? Images splash PNG. Textures should be a embedded asset for instant loading. Interesting. Let's go with textures bevy PNG and see if anything better happens. Hey, it's not great, but it's there. What is the splash that they used? Maybe it's better designed for such things. Move previous KiwiBert refactor assets images splash. assets, textures. Change this to splash. Boop-a-doo. Oh yeah, that is better. Okay, sweet. Exit. And we will remove the bivvy. Textures, bivvy. And what else have we got in textures? Yeah, I think we try and actually, on the old total screen, we try and display it too, but we won't need to do that. All right, cool. So we've got to the point where we can do that, show a splash screen, then show a loading screen, and then path not found. Oh, it's looking for bivvy now. Okay, yep. So we'll remove that. And in fact, asset tracking. And we'll get rid of this. Okay. Making progress. Making progress. Let's commit some of that. Oh, we don't need the Aseprite file to be in there, do we? In fact, none of the Aseprite files. Don't know why those are in there. Should be handled separately. Builds, runs, gets to menu. Fantastic. Oh, and apparently there's an assets images. Oh, I see. We should definitely delete those. Remove old directory. Nice one. Nice one. All right. Okay. So now, how do we replace their title screen with ours? So let's go to title, screen's title. Title screen that appears when the game starts. I think I can probably manage that. This file is not included in any crates. I do believe you're wrong about that. Okay. Add systems on enter screen title, spawn title screen. Now, ours is going to be a little bit more demanding than that, but they have this system of spawning UI that I do rather like. Children.button play, observe, enter gameplay screen. Children.button credits, observe, enter credit screen. This is all really good stuff. And exit app. Not target family wasm. That's so good. So it just doesn't show if it's not in the wasm build. I love it. Love all this stuff. Okay. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue with having these good good practices. So children button. Button. Let's look for button. Theme interaction. Ah, palette for widget interactions. Interesting. But I think theme widgets is what we need. Yeah. Spawn a simple button with text. Well, we're not going to do that. The only button that we actually need to work really is the sheep button. We need this button. Click the sheep to play. So yeah, I need that to work. So cool. Let's Do we need it to be flexible enough to take any image or not really? I think we'll just make it sheep button. Or play button might be better. Make it a bit more reusable. Hang on. Header is bigger than widgets label. All right. We're going to need a bunch of these basically. Now, spawn needs, yeah, we need to edit this. Fn spawn. Wait. Children button. What we're going to need is children sheep play button, which is not going to take text. And there is a method play button with similar name but different arguments. Yes, I know that. Button. Okay. Now, similar name but different arguments. That is no longer the case, I do believe. I hope. I do hope. So we're not going to have a text bundle. Well, I suppose we could. I wonder if we should also pass in the image and then it can just be an image button, right? I wonder how hard that would be. Let's try. Okay, let's get the text back, in fact. We're going to have some ads in a sec. Text import into string and image handle image. Yeah. Okay. Name is new image button. I don't know. Image button. Yep. And then we got button bundle and interaction palette and entity with children. Wow, it really labels all of the names. It's really detailed. Okay. Widgets for T doesn't oh, stop using K. God damn it. Missing FN image button. Oh yeah. So we go back here. Fantastic. And this unused variable image. Okay. Yeah, so let's look at our implementation from what's it called? KiwiBert. Oh, there's the ads. I'm not going to make a cup of tea, but I am going to shift around. Uh-huh. So QBit Alt menu. Okay. Now we got, where's the sheep button? Here we go, button bundle. Okay. UI image from texture assets sheep clone. Instead, it's going to be UI image from image clone. And instead of, we're going to use those values for width and height, justify content center, align item center, default, background color is not going to be a thing. And it's not really going to have an interaction palette. We'll think about doing that later. And change state, game state next level. So we will get rid of that. And also that. Okay. Entity with children. Children spawn name button text. Right, so this is where we would need this thing. Actually, children spawn. Right. So it's a child of the image. I guess that's okay. And we need the font assets as well. That's tricky. I wonder. I can't ask for font assets to be available in this, I don't think. So I guess I would have to pass the font. Seems to me. Unless you can have the font apply globally in some way. I think I have to pass it in. So let's go 29. Boop. Let's go S bracket A. And in fact, no, we want it before then. So text, image, font, right? Handle. Is it handle font? I want to say it is. In which case, this becomes... We should definitely use these standard colors that they're using. Like we should put them elsewhere. But that's future optimization. All right, so 14 becomes font clone. Yeah. Unused variable text. Oh, right. 25 down. Text. I should, instead of using the line numbers, I should be trying to use this flash to see if it's good for me. Image button has 4 parameters. Right. S, bracket A, and font, which is a handle font. Not sure if I like that or not. I think I do. Handle font, handle image, image button. Yeah. Why does it think that there are different arguments? Text, image, and font. They look the same. Do they not? Okay. So we could then go... Oh, I see. That's what it's complaining about. So play button is now image button. The text is click the sheep to play, I do believe. The image is texture assets. Sheep. Wait, is it sheep or... just sheep? Texture sheep. Not sheep button or anything like that. Just sheep? It's always just a sheep. Texture assets sheep, and or in fact maybe I should clone them here rather than in the component. And font assets pixelify sans medium clone. And then we add texture assets. That wasn't great vimming, but I'll take it. Is res texture assets. And font assets is res font assets. Nice. All right. Now, is that enough to actually put it on the screen? We wonders. Are we making that kind of progress? I don't believe we are. Children, there is a method image button. Oh, right, we don't have button anymore. Uh-oh. It's a Big Boy Games raid. That's ridiculous. Why is it a Big Boy Games raid? How you doing, Big Boy Games? What's up with you? How was your stream? Hey, everybody. Welcome. Shout out Big Boy Games of... Oh, it cut it off. Shout out. It wants me to shout out Big Boy Games off, but that's wrong. Big Boy Games Official. Been working on a full controller support for Starground since I want to get it on the Steam Deck. Nice. Yeah, controller support. It's always the way, but like it helps with a bunch of things, right? Like people who might have disabilities will be able to use it a little bit better. So pretty cool stuff. pretty cool. Hey, everybody that doesn't know me, my name is Basie. I do Rust and Bevy Engine game dev. Currently, we're working on this ridiculous Qbert clone, mostly as a learning experience. This is a game from 1982, if you don't know Qbert. It's very old. And I am working with a new template to try and make my Rust better, basically. Starground coming out on Monday. What? How did I not hear about this? I'm going to be grinding that out as much as I can. That's ridiculous. That's awesome. So exciting. Like in demo version or like actual coming out? That's amazing. This is big news. Released to early access. Fantastic. Congratulations. That's huge. Such a lot of hard work went into that. Amazing. I can't wait to check it out. It's pretty crazy to see the game on popular coming on Steam. I know. Like actual in the world. IRL. Very, very cool. Oh, I'm so stoked for you. That's really incredible. Now you get to move into supporting it. Excellent, man. That's amazing. And Booyah released his demo the other day. Everybody's just releasing games left, right, and center. Getting left behind here. That's amazing. I'm so stoked. Okay, so we definitely can't build this yet. We got rid of that. Let's see if it runs now. It's really just a toy. I'm just trying to learn the ropes, trying to learn the basics. We still got children button somewhere. This is just a giant refactor, which hopefully will result in better things and faster work. But at the moment, it's not so great. Okay, let's see if we can actually run. Oh, we get a bevy screen and we get the sheep. Hey, look at that. It's a tiny, 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 tiny sheep. It's a very tiny sheep. I don't think that's the same image, is it? Or maybe it just scaled better this way. Maybe I just scaled it better because this is that horrible bilinear whatever scaling. Or maybe I've just got... Oh, I've probably just got the window size wrong. Let's have a look at that. Please don't feel like you have to hang out if you need to go and do all the self-care things. Totally understand. But thank you very much for reading in. That's really nice of you. Okay, so it's probably going to be either in main or lib. Okay, so app plugin. The structure is completely new to me. Just learning the ropes. Okay, window size, window size, window size. All right, so let's look at Qbert old and main. And that gives us a few things we're going to need. Yeah, here we go. Resolution. And fit canvas to parent true and resizable false. That's the one that pops it out in its own window on a tiling window manager. So let's see if that improves things a little. Okay. No, still fuzzy. Still a bit fuzzy. We use 720p. Okay. What other things do we do in that previous one? Prevent default event handling. Oh, the clear color, we could use that. Oh, and MSAA. I think that might be crucial, actually. Oh, It's under set asset plugin. I see. Under before app plugins, and then we have MSAA. So this is definitely not where we want it. We want it somewhere here, I think. Do we not? Still very, very tiny. Did I need to set a different size? Maybe because it's being... maybe because it doesn't have its parent element. It's struggling. But we still needed those things, so that's good. That clear color is possibly getting overridden. Yeah, splash background color. So we want black. What is splash background color right now? It is that one. Yeah, so we definitely don't want that. Let's go with color black. And get rid of this. Seems reasonable. Check image plugin. Hey, Priorities, how you doing? Oh, check image plugin. Oh, yeah. Good call, because we have it in the previous version. Default nearest. There we go. That was it. Thank you. Excellent call. We do want nearest neighbor. We do. We want it very much. In fact, I don't think we even have it here. So let's go here for now. Oh, badness. No method name set because it's supposed to be on window, right? Or possibly on default plugins. It's a very, very good call. You can see it just barely. Oh, I got so much left to fix. I had it all looking nice and pretty. Ah, well, I'll live. I will survive. I'm learning. Learning is good. We like learning. Okay. So what is it going to be? It's going to be in title. And we're going to find the root node. Yeah, here we go. UI root. Betcha it'll be in here. We'll change the definition of this. Yes, 100%. Okay. Row gap. Interesting. All right, so we go back to QEBIT old. Menu. No. Bad. Wrong. Menu. Ah. And yeah. And we look for root UI node, and we see just how bad my code was before this. We see how bad it was. And we are not afraid. So 14, we want this one. Flex direction column, blah, blah, blah. And there's a bunch of other nodes too. It's not really that different. Height 100, width 100, justify content center. Menu mod. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, UI root. Name new UI root. Justify content center, align item center, flex direction column. I don't really want the row gap thing, I don't think. Oh, and position type absolute. I don't believe I'm going to use that either. So let's sort this because anal, basically. See if we get any differences out of that. Still very much the same. So now we look for a parent node that we used in the image button. Yeah, so with children, was that really from the UI root? Oh, this was from menu. Okay. All right. Then we've got various text. And we've got click the sheep to play. Yeah, and we've also got it as a child, which I don't want. I think it's supposed to be on its own. So we've got Peaceborn, button bundle, blah, blah, blah. All right, where's my image button? Let's not use... Yeah, let's just do... self spawn again. Text bundle. And it doesn't need to be a tuple. Mismatched. Yeah, you're right. Actually, are you right? Okay. And get rid of this. Return the entity. Can't borrow it more than once. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fair. So I guess we just put them both in the same tuple. Seems to me. Yeah. Yes. No. Probably. Oh, I see. So one more. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of this. Probably bad Vimmer, but I don't care. And that gets rid of that problem. Then we don't need to be mutable anymore. So let's stop being mutable. Why would we be mutable? 28 down. Kill. Goodbye. And run. And a crash. Command queue is unapplied commands being dropped. Interesting. Duplicate components. Yeah. So 2 transforms or something like that. That's why it's using with children. So I guess we just need to go back to the with children approach, but position it correctly, i.e. with a margin. Okay. The interaction palette's a nice idea, but I don't think we really need it for this. Okay, and then we'll add a margin. So I think there's a width style. Or do we just go... That's from section. Width style. Style. Margin. UI rect. Top, I guess. Vmin. What? 5. Default. And what effect do we have on that? I mean, it's got a margin. I do think we're not expanding to fill the width of the screen as we were. So we've got width. Oh, I see. We've got width and height here. Let's try... check out the dev tool. Should help with UI a bit. Okay. There was a UI setting you could make which drew outlines around everything. But when I tried it, it broke. So let's see if it works in this particular situation. Or more to the point, it didn't break, but I think it messed with the camera because everything disappeared. Okay, so let's see. DevTools. I think they're already enabled though, right? Like if we go to not main, lib. What do I have to do to make them visible? Yeah, add plugins, DevTools plugin. Okay, so 44. Toggle. UI debug. Back quote. Very cool. All right. Of course, it's like playing Quake. Oh, there it is. There's my outline. Thank you. Nice tip. Okay, so presumably the root UI node is filling the screen, which is good. Nice. I'm getting pinged. Hang on. Why am I getting pinged? He checks his phone. He checks his phone. All right. So what about if we, for example, just modify our widths and heights just to see it show up differently? So let's go with, they should have a parent element anyway. This is what I was doing, which is a parent menu node with children and just going straight down the column. For some reason, everything seems to be smaller than I was expecting. But maybe my 720p is just finally working the way it was supposed to. Okay, let's try. setting the width and height differently just to see what the effect is. This is in image button. Okay. Okay, well, all right. So right away, the image is what I would more expect. It's more what I would expect. Words, language, hard. So it's resizing, which is good. The text, the font size is wrong. Let's make it more like 30. And width style margin UI rect. I think we need a width too that allows it not to wrap. Actually, I should just check the margins again, see if they changed. Okay, same. Apparently our shopping's being delivered. Okay, so it's within, because it's a child, it's going to be dependent on the width of the parent, right? So that's the limitation of this approach. Maybe instead of image button with text, I should just put the text in the main kind of area. It'd be a lot more flexible, right? Rather than always having text underneath it. And it, yeah, that's probably better, right? So let's go, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We'll make things ever so much simpler. I don't think I really care about assigning to a separate entity like this. I'm pretty comfortable just doing... No, that. I don't really see what the problem is there. So let's go with changing this and this, and then in its call, which is in title, I believe, we'll just go with, we'll create a separate text. Yeah, so get rid of that, get rid of that, and then we've got a much simpler layout that we can use. All right, so now we go to text. So we go back here. That is not where we go back. We don't go back there. We go back here. Label. That's probably a good use of it. Label seems like a sensible way to put it. Or even just a free text fields. No. Let's go with label. Let's go. We just need the font. Bad Vimmer. Label. All right, so what have we actually got here? Yep, sounds good. Name new label. Stop using JJJ. Bad Vimmer. Very, very bad Vimmer. Where are these colors defined? Because I feel like this is a really good approach too. Oh yeah, nice. Okay, great. Well, let's do that as well. But for now, font size 24. Font. Actually, just font. And the text is text. Width style, width pixels 500. Okay. I don't... I wasn't going to use pixel widths. Let's go with Vimmer. Uh-oh. Finding focus, Dev. Thank you for the raid. That's very nice of you. People should shout out. People should shout out, but people should follow Finding Focus Dev, very much so. They are also a member of Indie Game Devs. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Vmen. Oh, actually, Val Vimmer. I don't know, 20? Total guesswork, of course. And font size 24. Who knows? Who knows? Who actually knows? Oh, we haven't done anything about this yet. Hang on. Label. Tried to get my demo deployed on my website today and totally failed, but I'll still try to figure it out. That's harsh. Web builds can be really tricky. I actually am quite lucky with Bevy in that a lot of these are solved problems, but there's still plenty of issues to work with. Statescope screens title with children, and then children label. Yeah, web builds are definitely tricky. Which engine are you building from? Label is going to be font assets pixelify clone, and then we'll go with click the sheep to play. Observe. Actually, we don't need to observe on this one. This is just a label. Okay, is that enough to build? Is that enough to build? It is not. There must be another use of label somewhere. Yeah. A whole bunch of them, in fact. Okay. Nope, still not. Still bad. Children, a label. Love 2D. I use a builder that works fine for vanilla HTML, but I can't get it to work with any framework build process. I want to say you have been working with Python, is that right? Or is I can't remember which Love 2D is, and I can't remember all of the people that I've been talking to. There's so many. We could Lua. That's right. I remember now. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Got plenty of Lua right here in my Vim config. Okay, so label. Where are we? Here we go. So font assets, res font assets. And font assets pixelify sans medium clone. Oh, cannot find type font assets because we haven't imported it yet. Blah blah. Okay. Any other use of label? Children label. No. That's it. All right. Now we're good. Yeah, web builds, right? Like it seems like it should be a solved problem, but it's just not quite yet. Oh, another crash. What did we miss? Font assets. Oh, the resource doesn't exist? Really? Oh, because we're displaying it during the loading screen. Right. That's an important detail. That is an important detail. The loading screen is when the font asset gets loaded. So obviously it's not going to work that way. All right. So instead of that, why don't we just not do that? Like previously I used the bevy screen as the loading screen, like the splash screen. So could we collapse that into itself? Like, interesting. I feel like maybe the stuff in Splash actually belongs here. What's in Splash? It's quite a bit, really. UI image fade in out. Lots of things. Does it actually fade in out? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. All right. What do we do? Do we make Splash the loading screen? Because I don't really see the need for a separate loading screen. What would be the downside? I guess the downside would be we don't know how long the loading is going to take. But in my experience, it's never been that long. So I just don't know. I think we'll experiment with not having a separate loading screen. So let's first of all remove loading entirely. Yeah. And then we'll remove all references to loading. So screens loading. Not that one. Or that one. Continue to loading screen. Exit the splash screen early if the player hits escape. I don't want that. I do not want that. Although I like that they've included that. The timer may well be wrong. So in asset tracking, instead of having loading, we will do screen splash. Continue to state screen title. That's correct. Okay, where else have we got it? How badly is this going to backfire? Mod loading's gone away. Let's get rid of virtual text again because it bugs me. Variant not found. Check splash timer. Next screen set. Screen title. And we don't have continued loading screen. Any other mentions of loading? Doesn't really look like it. No. Okay, let's see if it dies. Does it die? Does it die? It does not. But it also it also very quickly moves through the screen. But do I care? Do I care? Do I care? Don't know how much I care, to be honest with you. I just don't know how much I care. For now, that's implementation detail. Let's get the rest working. Let us not be bogged down. Let us not be bogged down. Okay, so let's commit all of this. Remove separate loading screen. And sundry other changes. Cool. Oh, it's raining good outside. It's raining a good rain. Okay. I wonder if my jam command's working. I'm doing a jam next weekend. This is part of why I'm doing this now, is to get familiar with the template. Oh, it is working. We're doing the solo game dev jam, which is being run by Practical NPC and Cap and Coder. And it starts in 6 days. And I'm kind of jazzed because I haven't done a game jam in probably most of a year. Because I tend to go a little hard and get really overtired. But with a 72-hour jam, I think I'm okay. So I'll be taking part and I'll be streaming pretty much all of it. So should be interesting. Should be very interesting. But in order to do that, I need a good template that I can get started with quickly. So we need to know this inside and out. Okay. Now, we got various background colors. Splash timer. Yeah, we don't need to worry about all this right now. So we've got label and we've got image button. Now the header. What other elements of our game UI are we going to need? So we've got title, subtitle, subtitle, and image button, and of course the animation. So yeah. And then this instruction screen, but I can work on that later. It's also got a bad flicker on the animation. Don't know what's going on there. Okay. So title, subtitle, I don't know, comment or subtitle. All right. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Okay. So header, I mean, you could have the header just spawn as one thing. And then within it could be the other things. But what do we have? We have header as a node bundle with children, header text. Right, that doesn't really work that well. I think what we need is title, subtitle, comment, and then we will take header, change it to title, and we will duplicate it. Subtitle. And comment. We could also do things like we could use the DSL, the Bivy UI DSL, which is pretty useful, or even something like the new whatchamacallit. What's it called? What's the new UI that we've been looking at? Woodpecker. But that's still very much an alpha, so we'll just sidestep that for now. Okay, so we've got these ways of formatting text. Let's go with changing the names for one thing. Otherwise, we're going to run into all sorts of problems. So title 15, title text. This is very thorough labeling. This is subtitle. And subtitle text. This is, I should try using the DevTools EGUI again. See if I like that better this time around. Comment, last time I was using it, it kind of broke on me, but that was probably user error. Comment text. Okay. And now we want styles from our previous file. So let's see how we go about that. For example, for comment, we want this. Oh, I'm using J's. Bad Vimmer. Oh, I wanted that here. Like so. 4DD. There we go. That'll do it. And the font. Right, so we need fonts passed into all of these as well. I wonder if there's a way around that, like embedding the font, embedding the default font in some kind of controlling UI thing, right? Like we've got implementation spawn. Is there a way? Could we put it in the trait widgets? We can't really, can we? Because it's only functions. I wonder if we could, could we embed a function to get the font? No, that doesn't make sense. Okay. We'll think about that another time. Excuse me. So title needs a font. Is it better to have the font second? It probably is, right? Handle font. Node bundle, entity with children, children spawn. And then font. What is your problem here? Oh, yeah. So we'll do that a couple more times. Bad Vimmer. Handle font. And 20. Fantastic. And 11. Font. Handle font. Whoops. That's going to be in 13. Nice. Okay. So now where we actually use them. Don't need that. Here we go. So with children, children image button. We're going to go children title. QBit. Font assets. I wonder if we should just do something like let pixelify equals font assets pixelify sans medium clone, or even just sans medium like that. And then here we can just go pixelify clone, or am I being naive about that? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't change it up here. It was trying to tell me, and I didn't listen. Bad Vimmer. Very, very bad Vimmer. I am going to defeat you, Vim. I mean, not defeat you. Fight you to a stalemate. Okay. So go away, go away. That does actually work, kind of. No, it doesn't. So I'd be making a clone of a clone, which is kind of annoying. But could I potentially use the reference? Or would I already be doing that? I don't know. Let's figure this out. So children subtitle. What was it again? I can't even remember the subtitle. Working title. Huh. Working title. Pixelify clone. Yeah, so just clones on clones on clones, basically. How can I avoid the second clone? Just by specifying the entire thing each time. Oh, that works? Oh, but I'd be passing a reference. So chances are it wouldn't work. Let's go to the definition of title and find out. Does seem to work. Now I'm confused. Okay. Children comment an homage as opposed to a copyright infringement. Okay. Does that actually display anything useful? The colors will be wrong, but that's okay. The background color. Funny, but it works. Okay. Nice. So let's get the styles from the previous one. Comment. Where's my comment? Oh, we got ads in a sec. Should not need to select those in order to delete it. Okay, and then the other style. Oh, and this width and height business. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Okay. So we probably don't need all of these additional node bundles either, to be honest with you. Like, why would we? Just to specify width and height, I guess, but you should do that from the parent, should you not? I think that's part of the problem we've got here. So we could just do... We need more simplicity here. We do not need this or anything here. Why I'm continuing to select visually, I have no idea. And there's no need for entity with children, so it's just self-spawn. Right, so like that. We got ads. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, needs more size, but that's fine. I should be coming back from ad soon. Okay, so actually there's no need for, well, I guess comment text is fine as a label. So we label the labels and then we put text for the text. All right, so let's do the same thing here. No, not there. That's that. Yeah, see, we shouldn't need... Okay, one thing at a time. Let's get rid of this. I've got to stop selecting things that way. It's so unnecessary. Self. I just need to think a little bit more about the actions I'm taking, and I'll be fine. Struct update has no effect. Yes, you're right. And then for title, we still shouldn't need any sizing. Excuse me. And this can go away. This can be self. And it becomes much, much simpler. And that's the end of the ads. Okay. So let's see what that gives us. Yeah, I mean, the colors are wrong. But we're there. We need to mess with some sizing. And the title color is different. So we go 16K, we go there. And we shouldn't need to highlight something to select it. It's yank 4W. There we go. And we go like that. All right, now we should sort out these colors so that they are constants. And 2 needs to become like so. Boop-a-doo. Okay, getting back towards the regular colors. This width is wrong. But otherwise... Actually, if we just take the width off the label, it should be fine, right? Ah, bad Vimmer. Very bad Vimmer. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. The color's not quite right. So it's supposed to be that color is wrong. That color is correct. That color is correct. And the sizing's different. It's interesting because when I used to run it from the command line, it had really inconsistent sizing behavior where sometimes it would, the floating window would spontaneously resize as I dragged it. And I think that this is actually performing correctly, which might mean that some of my game assets are incorrectly sized. So we'll just have to see what happens. But we're getting somewhere. We're understanding this new system. So that's good. So now we need colors. So we need the color from the previous one for the comment, and for working title. So this Yank 4J. Haven't had to read out this what I was doing in Vim in about 10 years, but it just shows how easily you can get into bad habits. D5J. No, D4J. Or I could go D to find right curly brace, for example. That would work just fine. I've just gotten into such bad habits. Okay. So these colors can go to constants, but that's fine too. And then that's the image label. That wasn't the one I wanted. What did I want? 1.843. Bad Vimmer again. Okay. And then this one, we could essentially go D4K, for example. And then we'd need the working title code, which is this one. Don't highlight. Yank 5J. There it is. We will become more accurate. We will. We can become better. Magical. Okay, where are we at now? Are we approaching the right colors? We are. We're getting, that is the right colors. Those are the right colors. The font sizes are off. Those two are similarly sized, and then everything else is bigger. So we'll do that. We will happily do that. We've got font size 50, font size 30, font size 20, and then 24 down the bottom. So maybe we'll keep those. Oh, that's actually 30. Okay, so let's go up by 10 on everything, given that we now understand that our previous sizing was too small. Yeah, that's a bit more legible. And then we've got to have QE running across the bottom of the screen. But I say we save that for a future build, and instead we go working title screen. Bye.
Do you want them in here?
Yeah, please.
They wouldn't go outside to the toilet because it's raining.
How dare they not go outside?
Let's go.
Come on, pups. Time to go to work.
Let's go. Have you got Cheetos?
I don't actually. Where's Ted? Where's my Ted? Got to move the puppies in here. Very important. Must be done. Must be done. Come on, pup. Actually, you can bring that in if you like.
No, because then it'll never come out again.
It will, baby.
It won't.
It will. I need it.
It's like the Bermuda Triangle in there.
Please. Okay. Apparently I'm being ignored. Thank you. Okay. Working title screen. Oh, apparently my camera is turned off again. You gotta love it. I'm frozen with a very studious looking expression on my face. I would love to know why this happens. Actually, I look a little bit cross-eyed. There we go. We're back. So annoying. Okay, so we've committed that and pushed that. So we're making progress. We're getting back to where we were, but with a much more useful kind of feature set. So let's now shift all of our colors into where they were. I think it was under theme, right? Theme palette. Here we go. Nice. So button hovered background, don't need any of that. Button text, label text, node background. Where do we use node background? Only here. All right. Let's start with splash background, which we previously had, is color black. And then we've got pub const title color equals color sRGB, and we'll get those. And then we've got pub const subtitle pub const comment pub const label. Yeah, all of those good things. All of those good things. Okay, cool. So let's get all of those. Don't need that. Okay, so the title is this. Now, what is that? Actually, maybe instead of naming them as title, maybe we should name them as what color they are, because we'll probably need them again. So I know that I previously generated, I'm pretty sure I generated these colors using ChatGPT. Just give me 10 sRGB codes for brown, for example. It was really good at that. So I'm wondering if maybe we should do the same thing. Sorry about the flashbang. Do the same thing, but in reverse. Oh, where is my... Oh, I'm not logged in. What? Apparently the browser upgrade that I did earlier has completely logged me out of everything. It's really annoying. Okay, so log in. Off screen. Continue. Hopefully it'll not be in a bright theme anymore. GPT. Where is my dark mode? Settings. Theme. Dark. Thank you. Okay, now we can come back. Now we can come back. Here we go. All right. Name that color. Oh, not that. Yank. A warm, soft orange shade, often described as peach. Is it? Okay. I can get with that. It is kind of peach. All right. We're using the color peach. Peach. All right. Subtitle is This one. Name that color. A natural light gray shade. Silver gray. I think we'll just call it silver. And this is now Bad Vimmer Silver. Comment. Oh, and we could change these now, couldn't we? Oh, it's probably got errors in the file. We'll do that first. Comment is, I think, going to be another gray. But let's find that out. Charcoal or dim? Let's call it charcoal, because I don't want to call my color dim. I love using GPT for this kind of thing because it's the sort of thing I just wouldn't, like, you'd spend ages trying to figure it out. I don't have that kind of time. And finally, 23. Whoop, no, bad. Down this one. I think this was gold. Gold, yeah. I wish you could cycle through it. Yeah. Wait, what? I don't think I understand. How you doing, Deflux, by the way? Okay, so that's now gold. And Copilot like knew when its code was bad. I don't, you're sleepy? Totally understand. I don't actually use Copilot. I started out doing it, and then I just found I wasn't really getting the benefit that I wanted, but I still look up things like this on ChatGPT. Okay, cool. So in actual fact, there's very little point in having, I suppose this is okay. But then when you think about it, should I be doing something like this, where I have pub const title color equals charcoal, right? So that I can just change the title color easily. So that makes sense to me. Pub const subtitle equals color peach. Actually, it was peach, wasn't it? Peach. What a color. What a color. Pub const comment color charcoal and pub const what was the other thing? Label. Gold. All right, sweet. So that helps us a little bit. And now we can go through here and we can go label. No, bad. Theme label, maybe? No? Huh. Does not like. Wonder why. What module is this from? Theme palette. No? Super palette? Where is it? Where is it? Interesting. Maybe because it's having issues with these. That is not crate loading anymore. That is now asset something or other tracking, I want to say. Okay, seriously, what's going on with my resolution? Let's try the thing known as title, and rebuild everything, and Rust Analyzer gradually catches up, and we go here. Create theme palette, right. We're using all of it. So we should be able to find label now. Unresolved, oh, unused input, okay. Label. Oh, it works now, okay. Rust Analyzer must have just been having a brain fart. I wonder if I should do like palette label and then not do this. Use create theme. Like so. Let's try that for a little while and see how we find it. So 17 would be palette comment, and 14 up would be palette what would it be? Subtitle. Boop-a-doo. And up here we have, this would be title. And hopefully, after all of that, we would be able to see something useful. Like that. Yeah. All right. That seems perfectly reasonable to me. Clicking the sheep to play will not work. Well, it did, but, you know, to nothing. All right. Sweet. So, helper traits for creating common widgets. Indeed. We're also going to need a whole bunch of them for the high score screen, but time enough for that. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's already so much better organized than the original menu screen, which is just all over the place. i.e., I don't have it anymore. But yeah, not great. So containers, spawn UI containers. Name UI root, right. Okay. Hello, little puppy. I see you there. I see you. I see you prowling. Can I just pet you? There we go. Good dog. Good girl. What a good puppy. Is the puppy cam aligned? Is the puppy cam aligned? There is a puppy cam redeemed, just in case we need to check on the puppy status, the overall puppy status, which is there. And we find that the puppy cam is mostly aligned. There is one puppy in frame and another one prowling because she likes to prowl. Okay. Now, where do we go from here? We go to the place where we commit. We commit because we like to be good committers. We're not phobic to the commitment. Refactor styles, essentially. Okay, we're making progress. It's painstaking, but it is progress, and I like it. I like it for that. Ideally, this trait should be part of Bevy itself. Oh, interesting. So they've got an issue for that. Cool. Aha, the other puppy has arrived. She's so white that she blows out the camera. Adjust, camera, adjust. That's better. Good girl, Tilly. Okay. Now, let's see if we can get something on the screen in the actual game. So when we look at the transition out of here, we make a state transition from click the sheep to play. Observe enter gameplay screen 22. So it would have been so much faster for me from there to go maybe tree sitter. No, that only goes down. So can you not reverse direction with it? I would have to go tree sit. No, not tree sitter. S double like that. And even then, that wouldn't be a good jump. That would be a reasonable jump, but you'd still have to hit right. You're better off going S. S for screen, jump, GD for go to definition. Next screen set, screen gameplay. So next screen is the state. So next state screen, which makes sense. So next screen set, screen gameplay. And so we go to that and we look in screens mod and we see that there are plugins. Gameplay plugin is here. So we'll go to that. Screen state for the main gameplay. All right. So now we're using input common conditions input just pressed, which we're going to replace with Bevy leafwing input. And we're using create play level spawn level. Now that is a useful thing. Hang on, what is this dog doing? What are you doing? Don't play with my Ethernet cable, please. Okay, good. No Ethernet chewing. Ethernet chewing would be bad. Very, very bad. Okay. Now, we go to... I think that'd be a good place actually to go to. We could go to spawn level command. Play level spawn level as spawn level command. I don't know if I care what it's called, but okay. Commands add spawn level command. Oh, I see, because we've got two. We've got a function named spawn level, but we also wanted plain level spawn level. That feels clunky to me. The only thing we have in our level as a player, I have a lot of things in my level. Spawn player, why do we call it? Let's look at what spawn player actually is. Oh, we have a command for it. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. So why... Oh, that's confusing to me. So why... Spawn player... Texture atlas. Yeah, I don't think I need the definition of that. And that's not going to be correct. So we want texture atlas layouts is correct, but we're also going to want texture assets. Res texture assets. And then the from grid is going to be UVEC2 splat 32. Interesting. What do? We do UVEC2 2424. So same deal. Splat 2424. 8199. Eight, one, none, none. Okay. First part of the puzzle has been done. Add the texture atlas layer. Player animation new. This is different. A timer. Oh, yeah. Nice. Tightly bound to the texture atlas we use. Timer, frame, and state. Interesting. Interesting. So this is going to be idling and then jumping. Idle frames is only one. Duration, I have no idea. Walking frames is going to be jumping frames. And that is, I believe, either 8 or 10. I can't remember. Actually, it might be 7. Yeah, this is gold. This is the kind of stuff that I needed. Because it just organizes so much of it. Okay. Update animation state if it changes. That sounds good to me. Idling. Walking. There we go. Jumping. Okay. All right, so we've now, yeah. This is great because it's so much cleaner. This 6 plus self frame. I think might be wrong. I think it might be 7 plus self frame. We'll have to see about that. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might be missing one. Okay. Now, if the player is moving, play a step sound effect. Yeah, I mean, we will. But we'll do that afterwards. Okay. Run if resource exists, player assets. I think we might go with... Can we do it with texture assets? Actually, yes. Okay. I don't think we need to, though. We should. It should definitely exist. Now, controller intent X. Sprite flip X. Yeah, some of this is going to need tweaking, but that's okay. The whole movement controller idea I really like. I just need to get my head around it. I think we're going to need to convert it to tile pos. Yeah, whatever with your cheap viewers. Whatever with your cheap viewers. Okay, so that should run pretty much. Why is that unused? Oh, because we don't need it anymore. Yep. Based on multiple examples. Okay. All right. So this is play animation. All right. See, the thing is, this only queries on player animation. So I think there's an interesting kind of argument that we might be able to make quite a bit of it generic based on all three of the different, well, all of the different moving entities in the game. Register type player animation, that seems fine. Yeah. Okay, so let's now look at let's go with refactor player animation. This is all still on a branch, but that's okay. Does anything actually break when we run it? Nope. Okay, good. Now, looking forward to that next cup of tea. Looking forward to it. Now, we need to start thinking about actually building the map again. And I'm sure the way that I'm doing it is not not the received way, not the approved way. But let's think about how we could apply what we see in player to what we see in so Player animation new. Let's actually, yeah, let's get a player spawned first. Not terribly good Vimmer, but never mind. Player struct, that's fine. Interesting that that's got component, debug, clone, copy, partial equal, default, and reflect. I never put all of that stuff on my components, so that's pretty interesting. Texture assets, right. So, sprite bundle. Texture. Texture assets. Kiwi. Clone. Transform. From scale, vec2 splat 8 extend 1. Okay, now. From scale, what does this do? With scale, translation will be 0 and rotation 0 on all axes. Interesting. So scale of 8 means it's going to be huge, right? We'll soon find out. Texture atlas, layout, player animation, get atlas index. Yeah, I like that a lot. Max speed, config max speed. What is config? In config in spawn player. Oh, config is what you pass in to spawn player. That's cool. Screen wrap. What does that actually do? I don't know. Oh, that's because it wraps around the screen. Yeah, we don't need that. Apply screen wrap. No. No. Apply movement? Possibly. Register type. Bad Vimmer. Good Vimmer. Okay. Now this could power NPCs or other players as well. Yeah. I definitely want that to do that. I don't think that Vec2 is going to work for me though. I think I'm going to need that to be tile pause. World units per second? Don't know about that. And I don't care about max speed. I just care about speed. Maybe rather than speed, it might be useful to have movement timeout. But I guess move speed is basically the same. Like really all you want to do is how soon can I make my next move, because you make these moves one after the other. Okay, so this missing structure field speed, and this is going to be tile pause. Oh, I think there's a tile pause 0. If there's not, there should be. Nope. I want to say there was some kind of default. Let's try that. Yeah, that'll do. And apply movement is going to be wrong anyway, so let's just comment that out for now. All right, is this enough to get a character showing on the screen? No. No, it's not. Oh, right. Intent, expected tile pause found vec2. Sure. So player. Let's not care about this right now. Not terribly good vimming, but I'll take it. I see. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I'm starting to see how all the pieces fit together. I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to see it. Oh, yeah. So tile pods. This is an animation. Yep. Yeah. This is not going to work long term, but that's fine. Okay. Nope, still not quite there. Screen wrap. Don't need it anymore. We are getting closer. I can feel it. I am learning. I am learning. Hey, it's a kiwi. All right. Okay, so the scale's wrong, but we have finally managed to spawn something. Okay, it's a very, very bad pixel art kiwi. Okay, so scale. It's transform from scale. I should be doing that for everything, basically. I'm just not right now. If I get from scale 1, it won't be right. Let's try 2. And see what we think. What do we think? I mean, yeah, although I'm concerned about the 720p business. It works kind of on the web, but I'm wondering, now that my build is accurately sized again, I think I might need to change the overall dimensions of the game. So instead of 720p, using 1080, for example, might be an option. Let's just see what that would look like. Let's look for 720, and we get this, and we go to 1080. So the whole time, I was confused about how big my game actually was. Oh boy. Okay, that is what I'm used to seeing. And the kiwi is still too small. So let's try, I don't know, 3 or 4 maybe. And we should consider exporting that to a constant for scale factor. That seems like what I'm about used to expecting. So we'll try that. Okay. Now, record player directional input feels really lengthy to me. But I guess I kind of get it. So record for something that we're tracking and essentially writing down and storing. Player for the thing that's controlling. Directional because input could be other than directional. And input. It feels unwieldy, but I'll get used to it. Okay, so we've got name, player, sprite bundle, texture atlas, movement controller, player animation, and state scoped screen gameplay. In other words, get rid of it when we're not on the gameplay screen anymore. That was bad. Okay, so now we've got STM. 3J, Alt, and up. Because we have to sort things. We just got to. We've got to. Okay. Some people are going to hate that, but I quite like it. Okay. So now we've got to the point where we have spawn player sprite, tweak resolution. Nice. Actually, this could be running builds right now because the builds have changed. It'll be failing, I imagine. I wonder if it works when you're not on main. No, it doesn't. That's probably good. So we're fine. We're not running builds. Does it run Mac builds by default? Because those are expensive. Just Windows and Ubuntu, good. I'd like it to also do web though. No? So that's just CI. So release. Does it do Mac OS? It's commented. Nice. Very good. Very sensible. Build Linux, build Windows, and hopefully build WASM. Yeah, build web. Nice. Nice. And then it's commented out iOS and Android. Very cool. Okay. Now, it's probably time for another shout out. Let's go with team. Make sure our team gets shouted out. Hey, Whitechapel, nice. We got 12 Feet Up is on. We've got Adagon still on. And Small Block Boy, very cool. But you should follow Whitechapel. Whitechapel does amazing pixel art, like ridiculously good. Just ridiculously good. Okay. So now we need to look at spawning the map, I think is the next thing, before we do much of anything else. So let's go with that. Let me just check my message again. Job hunting at the moment, so I have to keep looking at people sending me stuff on LinkedIn, etc., etc. Okay. No, we could. Yeah. Now, let's look at next level or new level or level, player level. Here we go. Spawn the main level. So the only thing we do at the moment is we spawn the player. So I think we should follow this pattern for, you know, we can do all kinds of things. We can do spawn level, and then we can provide the apply world. We can provide the details needed to spawn the level as the config. So we can follow that whole pattern through. Yeah, this could work really well because we're loading the config from the file. Yeah, interesting. No setup required for this plugin, but actually there is, because we could ensure that the loading takes place, maybe. Yeah, because at the moment, we're tearing everything down at the end of each level and building it back. Interesting. Okay, so let's go through everything that's in player and consider whether we can do something similar. Yeah. So let's look at player and consider whether we can absolutely add everything as per level. So we'll make a copy of this. Not in level though, because that's not going to work. Map, I guess. And then we'll go back to play. And we'll add pub mod map. And then here, map plugin. Nice. So now everything in here that says player, we're probably going to want to rename to map. Not player animation though. Register type map, yes. Pub struct player, yes. 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 Probably not. Yes. 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 Oh, we got ads in a sec. I'll probably use that to go and make a cup of tea and get myself a quick snack and come back. So I will do that now. And I will put this little message up here, which is not there. Where's my message gone? It's gone to KiwiBit refactor message. There it is. Okay. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm just eating a bit. Chicken, radish kimchi, and chili crisp. Sounds weird, but it's awesome. Okay. Now my mouth is burning from the chili, but it's all good. That was tasty. And the camera's off again. Because that's what it likes to do, to vex me. It likes to vex. All right. Now, let's get rid of this. Right, so we were changing the map module so that it could spawn its own level. Excuse me. So instead of spawn player, I think we want spawn map level. Or even just spawn map is fine, really. I don't see why that's a problem. World run system once with, yeah. Okay. So run system once with is interesting. What does the width mean? Oh, with the given input. I see. I think. This is definitely down the rabbit hole for me. It's a lot more detailed than I'm used to. Texture atlases, texture assets, texture atlas layout. I don't think we'll need that. The only situation, actually, maybe we would if we were spawning spinners. Now the question is, are we going to be able to get to this modular point where the spinners are their own module and control their own spawning? Because I think really we're still going to need the map. We're going to need the yeah, it's probably better doing it from here, at least for now. Okay. Oh, that's not good. You can see all the J's I've been typing. Bad Vimmer. Very bad Vimmer. Okay. So this is definitely not going to be the texture atlas anyway. Let's look at what we have in map next level. This is where all the magic happens. So essentially we want to reproduce most of this. But it's an awful lot. Let's see what we can do to reduce its complexity to the point where we can reason about it a little bit. So we're going to get the level passed into us, I hope. Let's do this, and then we don't need the directional input, that's for sure. Okay. Those are the spinners. Oh, there's so much going on here. This is exactly why we need to reduce complexity. We're not going to need levels handle or level assets, I don't think. Next game state, probably next screen. Next player state? Probably don't need that either. I don't know. Oh, camera's off again. What the hell? Must be because I'm eating chili, or have eaten chili. Camera just can't cope. It just can't cope. Okay. Let's keep persevering. Let's keep persevering. Let's persevere. This is going to be spawn map. Layouts, yes. Next game state. I don't know. I think this is more likely to be... Oh, that can go away too. The next game state thing. Why would I run it from here? Oh, I see. So this is like a loading state, then we would hit a playing state kind of thing. I hope that won't be necessary if we get the system sets right. Let's go with 23. Let's just reduce the complexity here. And the player state we won't even go with yet. Stats level 0, next game state set, over. What was the condition here? 18. If let some levels, level assets get, levels handle 0 ID. No. We're just going to deal with... Not going to deal with that right now. We're going to deal with just spawning the level. Anything else that's not spawning the level goes away. Bad Vimmer. Okay. So we don't need 22 or that. That makes things a lot simpler. Wait, why do we have that twice? That's weird. And stats we possibly need? I don't know. Yeah, that's a lot simpler. Great. So if let some level is levels config iter find, we're not going to do that because we're going to spawn it in from the parent function. So let's go down to whatever the containing brace was there. And already we're just reducing complexity. Thank goodness. Spawns is spawn points iter. No, we're going to get all this from the previous function. But let's hard code it maybe for a bit, or can we just put it in the... We need spawns, texture indices, tile positions, number H spawns, and sheep spawns. Okay, let's go up to our type, our config type. Yeah. So this, basically, we need pub spawns, vec tile pos, pub texture indices is vec tile texture index. tile positions, vec tile pos, spawn counts is a spawn counts. Number 8 is a U32, and sheep is also a U32. Oh, this needs to be right. So possibly not in this file, but let's go with pub struct spawn counts pub number 8 U32 pub sheep U32. I don't know that that needs to be a component. Maybe debug, but apart from that. And what else we got? Spawn points, texture indices. Yeah, and level info. All right. So we do actually put it into a resource. Which makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of things that could use it. But do we would do that from the calling code, I think. Yeah. And in fact, you might even just use it. I don't know. Something like that. See, movement controller max speed, so won't need that. And spawn counts doesn't implement debug. Nice. Now, let's go down here and get rid of some of this. JJJJ, bad Vimmer. Tiles is textures, tiles clone. That is texture assets. Map size is tile map size. Pyramid side length. Now, this is a constant which I believe is 8. I could be wrong about that. But let's go to the top here and const pyramid side length. Although this is actually not the pyramid, it's map side length. And it's not related to what's actually on the map, it's related to the number of tiles that could be in the map. U32 equals, and I want to say it's either 8 or 10. Excuse me. Is my camera seriously off again? What the hell? Why? Why do you do this? So annoying. Okay, let's look at the original. Actually, do we have it in a buffer still? Yes. It's 9, in fact. pyramid. Here we go. Map side length. Okay, map type is tile map type isometric. Coordinate system. Why can't I just prelude? Yes, and same with Bevy for that matter. Oh no, it's got more stuff in there. Okay. I don't think we're going to be using player animation. Or movement controller for that matter. Don't know about the screen thing. We'll see. We'll see when the time comes. Delete that. There's an enum variant. Bevy CS tile map prelude ISO chord system diamond. Oh, I see. All right, we're getting somewhere. Tile positions. What was tile positions originally? Oh, this is what's being passed in. So that's from how do we access that again? Let's look at player. And speed. Config. Config tile positions. No, bad. Cannot find value config. Go away. Go away. Oh, it needs in config in spawn player, which is going to be in config. Hang on. In config. Yeah. I know this has to be first as well. Spawn map. There we go. Config tile positions. Yep. And then config texture indices. And land. Right. So this is about actual solid tile as opposed to empty space. I think that's just a regular component. So we could go const pub struct land derive component debug, etc. What's next? Base layer, right? Same deal. Actually, it's kind of silly because we don't have any other layers. Level animation timer. Now, all of this, this is for spinners, right? No. What does level animation timer do? Oh, I think that's for falling off. I think we'll take that out until we can prove that we need it. And we'll take on level out because we're going to state scope all of these. The only other thing, though, is that we would have to transition out of this state in order for them to be despawned at the end of the level. And I wonder if we're actually going to do that. So we'll have to think about that. And then spinners will comment out as a future implementation. Okay, does that by any chance render anything useful? We would need to pass the config in, so we can do that. Going to here, we can go spawn map, tile positions, texture indices, spinners, whoa. Apply world. And it's missing a bunch of things. Speed. Well, there shouldn't be a speed. Spawns and spawn counts. This is spawn points, actually. Spawn counts. And the camera's off. What the hell? It's not lasting for longer than a couple seconds now. I'll just have to point it at the puppies the whole time. Frustrating. Yeah, so spawn counts is spawn counts number 8, 0, and sheep 0. Right. All of these need to be public. What's your deal? Expected. Oh, okay. Does this have an into, or does that not work like that? It does, in fact. Or you could just use vec. Oh, we haven't got spinners yet. We will need it, but that's okay. Okay. Cool. Now, how close are we to building again? Let's just check. Boop-a-doo, ba-doo. Well, we built and we run. Interesting. But no map, that's for sure. Okay, well, let's have a look at spawn map. Oh, there's no tile positions. that would explain it. All right, let's try that. Let's add a tile pause. 1-1, I guess. No, bad. Bad. What's our problem? Unwrap on a none value. Right, because texture indices. Or actually 0, maybe 1, 0, 1. Texture and tile texture index. Excuse me. Oh, what is it normally? There's a method NE. From? What is it normally? Good grief. I've forgotten. Map next level. Tile texture index. Oh, it's just that. Okay. Oh, it's a struct, right? I understand. Okay, is that kind of close? Well, it doesn't crash, but it doesn't do anything else either. Tile positions, tile pause. Spawn counts O, spawns, call it 1-1 for the hell of it. Oh, it doesn't matter. What am I missing? Oh, I suppose the spawn could be behind them. Just to rule that out, let's go... let's do a bunch of them. Y4. 3. 2. And 1. Just to show willing. Okay, so it's not that. Any issues with finding resources? No. Okay, so let's look at what happens in spawn map. It is running, right? Tile bundle, position tile pause, tile map ID, base layer. Texture index, config texture indices first, unwrap, and default. Tile entity is parent spawn. Tile bundle land. Base storage set, tile pause, tile entity. That should be enough to at least show a texture, you would think. Tile map texture single tiles. That ought to be enough, I would have thought. Oh, yeah. God damn it. Why did it say that I didn't need those things if I did? Very annoying. Okay, so what could prevent this from... And config tile positions editor. Entity base layer with children. Parent let tile bundle. Base storage set. Oh wait, does it ever actually spawn it? I don't see a parent spawn. Oh yeah, I do. On 19. I wonder. And then we set it in storage, but it should definitely be spawned. It should be visible. Is it possible that the camera... Let's look at the difference between this and what we have in player. Because maybe there's something I'm misunderstanding about all this and when it gets called. Oh, state scope screen gameplay is something else we need to... And a name. Okay, so it's command spawn. Yeah. I think there's no reason why we wouldn't put some of that stuff in here. Spawn empty, for example. Base layer is command spawn, like so. And then we want storage scope, no, state scoped. Gameplay, no? Screen gameplay? No, what have I missed? Yeah, screen gameplay. And then the other thing we were going to put was map. And base layer, right? So actually map is probably not that useful. Do we even have map? Oh, we do. Oh, I see. They've got a map. Well, we could put map too. Maybe it's used elsewhere in the example. I don't think we really need the rest of it. Don't need that. But we will need the tile map bundle. But we have to have the storage set for that to work, I think. Okay, not that I would expect that to have changed anything. But there's probably no harm in trialing that again. And yeah, no map, unless it's either elsewhere. It could be, the transform could be somewhere else that I just don't understand. Tile map grid size, tile size, base storage. Where is the transform? Oh. What happens if I don't provide that? I get that anyway, right? Certainly not there. Should I do it based on where the kiwi is? Could start with texture index 0. Yeah, so for tile pause in config, tile positions issue. Tile bundle is position tile pause. Tile map ID, texture index. And then we spawn it on the parent. So it feels like that's working, but maybe it's not getting this. So let's just check. Info, new tile. Tile pause. You may as well check, right? You just may as well check. Yep, we got new tiles. It's definitely getting called. But nothing appearing on the screen. Not quite sure where to take that one, to be honest with you. It's different enough from my usual pattern that I don't know what I'm looking for. If we look at spawn player again, record input, worlds. Well, we know the system's being run because we're getting output. Is it possible we're getting... We know the system's being run. But we're not seeing anything. Any chance it's not loaded yet? I don't think so. It has to be loaded, right? For the kiwi to be visible. So we're inserting into the base layer. We've already spawned on line 16 up. parent spawn tile bundle, which has a texture index. And the texture is tilemap texture single tiles. Single image asset, right, which we've got, right? Tiles is what? Yeah, texture assets, tiles clone. Actually, it doesn't look like there's any reason why we shouldn't do texture asset. Oh no, because I need it for, do I need it for the spinners? I don't see why I would. So you should probably just do texture assets, tiles clone. Okay. So why no appearance on the screen? The transform. The scaling, maybe? Because in player we have where is the scaling here? Ah, from scale vec2 splat 4 extend 1. Maybe that's my problem. I mean, that is on the sprite bundle, but why don't we try it? Nope. Didn't make a bit of difference. What about z-axis? I mean, I don't really see why that would make a difference. But it should be 0, presumably, since the kiwi's on 1. It's always hard adjusting to a completely different way of doing things. But I would like to understand this a bit better. So we know we're spawning entities, because we're getting to that point in the function. I don't know where to go from there. Why wouldn't I see something? No tiles visible. Any chance that something crucial has changed in the latest version? Slowly but surely. I'm on no mobile, so I'm not a bit of help to you. I appreciate the thought anyway. Welcome. Yeah, this is very different to the way I used to do it. But I wanted to say hi. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And for the follow, which for some reason crashed the robot. Oh, OAuth token issue. I have, hey Casper, how you doing? I have run out of time on my token by the looks of things, and I still haven't implemented refresh. Okay, go run back on the robot, and the robot should doing all right. Good to hear it. The robot should say, yep, yes it does. Yeah. So that's pretty annoying. I wonder if there's something else that I don't understand about this template that might be preventing it from showing up. But then if that was the case, why would the sprite show up? Because we know we can display a sprite. Because that appears, but nothing else does. And I'm just wondering if maybe I've spawned it in a really unexpected location. Like maybe I should change it to be a child of the player or something random like that. Just so that I could make sure it was spawning in the correct location. Would that be a simple refactor? That might not be. Because this is this weird phenomenon of, just getting completely the wrong transform. But I would expect by default that the transform would be 0, right? So like the X and Y will be 0, which should be the middle of the screen. So if we look at player, its transform is on the sprite bundle. Is sprite relative to the other stuff? It could be. So this is not relative. I don't think this is relative. It should be relative to window. We could actually print its transform pretty trivially. And in fact, we should have Bevy EGUI debug thing happening, but we don't right now. Oh, we're about to get ads for a sec, just to get rid of them for the next hour. Feel free to make a cup of tea. It's always the go. It's always the way to go. Run system once with, because I'm not used to being in this space where we're implementing a command rather than a system on a plugin. Well, I mean, we are in a plugin, right? It's just different, and I need to get my head around it. Get rid of some of these comments. I stream, I know the ad game. Nice, let me follow you back there. I've recently switched to using 3-minute ad blocks rather than like more frequent ones. Yeah. But yeah, Grandma told me to start doing that, and no, Irish John, actually, Jern himself. It seems to be working quite well because it just frees you up for the next hour, and it's exactly the right amount of time to boil the kettle. If I could turn them off, I would, because they're not worth it money-wise, that's for sure. Now, thinking about this, I mean, the other thing we could do is just spawn something completely unrelated, and we get ads. For some reason I'm getting pinged. So I was wondering if I just spawn in some other texture. Like if we look at number 8, it has a text atlas of that. So we could do that. First 8, last 8. Probably not going to need the animation. What is your problem? Don't need a movement controller. I just want a sprite bundle. Thank you very much. What is your problem? Oh, we don't have... Okay, yes we do. What's your beef? We've probably got more than one. Look at me being a bad Vimmer again. Yep, still an issue. Why? What's your issue? What is your issue? What did I do in player that's different to that? Resmoot assets text atlas layout, right? Yeah. Certainly seems fine. I use from grid. They use from grid. Oh, this is kicking my ass. I should have expected it with such a big refactor, though. Always the way. You got to break shit. And I did. But what is its problem with this? Convert from handle texture atlas layout is not satisfied. Why not? Assets texture atlas layout. That is the same. Oh, I see. I did it twice. There we go. Doofus. Man, that took me a while. That took a while. All right, so really just wanted to see if I can spawn in anything else on the screen. And I can. It's bad, but it's there. All right. Okay, so that works. So it's not that we can't place anything from spawn map. It's that for whatever reason, the tile map is not showing up. So we have to ask ourselves why. Base layer with children parent. Tile bundle is created. And then we spawn here, at which point it should be visible, I feel like. And then 5 is entity. Oh, she's back. And then we insert the tile mount bundle. Let's take a really good look at next level, because maybe we do something different with BVCS tile map that I don't recognize. We have init, which is horrible, and I'm so glad I got to refactor this. Tile positioned iter, that's exactly the same. I hear my partner just arriving home. One moment. Base storage set, and then we spawn, we entity base layer, insert base layer, tile map bundle on level. And then we add the spinners, but they don't signify anything. I don't know, man. Is it possible it's loading? No, it can't be running before the texture's loaded, otherwise the Kiwi wouldn't work. Oh, it's frustrating. That's definitely frustrating. Anything about the feature set of the package that might be different when I installed it? I mean, I was using, oh, Atlas insert. Oh, maybe that's it. If that's it, that would be really annoying. I was also using the Git version. Okay, I'm not sure why CERD, but I'll take it. If this is it, I mean, it'd be great, because then I get to move on. Cargo. Version. Features. Atlas. And CERD. I bet it's because of the texture Atlas thing. Did you just throw up? Oh, great. Okay. My dog is vomiting. I'll be right back. Sorry, there's nothing that interrupts a stream quite so successfully as a vomiting dog. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. It's got to be dealt with. Oh, man. Just text my partner and... Still behaving like she wants to vomit. Weird. All right. Now, we've added these features. Does that actually help us? Is the question. Does it help us? Oh, badness. It doesn't help us because we failed to use the correct format. So I'd laugh if it was just the texture atlas feature, although it'd be weird that it would work like the load but not display anything. Yeah, sadly it wasn't that easy. Anything to the idea that we were using the unreleased branch? Let's just check that. Bivy ECS tilemap. They released 12 on February 12. What have I got now? 14. It's weird that Add 13's non-release. Uh, 14 branches. Let's look at the docs RS. BB ECS tilemap. Oh, where's my dark mode? $14. I didn't know Chris Biscardi was the owner of this crate. Well, I don't know what to make of all that. I mean, I could switch the Git version just for the hell of it. But I really don't see what difference that's going to make. It's one of those annoying problems where you just don't quite know what's going on, but don't really have enough of a direction to move into. What about we install the GUI inspector? Where is the GUI inspector? What's it called? Oh, EGUI. That's right. Last week released. World Inspector plugin. Resource Inspector plugin. All right, we can do that. Haven't used this in probably 6 months or so. So let's go with lib. World Inspector plugin new. Okay, we got our plugin. Oh, it's very small, but that's okay. Okay, so now we've got, maybe this will make everything clear. Player. Ah, interesting. We do not have a map or base layer. Oh, there's it, base layer. Entity, it's just called. Base layer, children, and 4 entities, 1 for each tile. Okay, then we've got map. I wonder if this is because they have their own special machinery to deal with the map. First of all, we can name it properly. Seeing it visually always adds a little dimension, something you might not have thought of before. Name. Wait a minute, where did I put name before? Oh, there, name new. Base layer. It almost looks like map is being spawned somewhere else. Asset tracking. PubMod map plugin. Spawn map. Anything else that uses a map? Doesn't seem like it. We'll just run one more time to see if it's labeling correctly. And we now have, in very small text, a base layer which has children, which is land, parent, tile color, tile flip. Tile color is not registered. Oh yeah. Tile pause is 1-1, which I could change, which would be interesting. I suppose the other thing we could do using this is to check on the transform, right? Translation is 000. Let's make it, I don't know. So we can change these things. We still don't see them. What about visibility? Inherited? Visible. Definitely doesn't change anything. Camera. Camera 2D. Could be something to do with scale too. Scale is 4. So confusing. The player is definitely there. I wonder if the texture on tile texture index. We don't have a texture atlas in this case. What happens when you change the player's transform? Okay, well that's pretty easy. So we know that 0 is right in the middle, which you would expect. Could the map accidentally be a child of something else? Oh, it's good that we can move from back and forth with escape. This is actually better performance from World Inspector than the last time I used it, where it was bugging out on something I was doing. I don't know what it was. I'm starting to wonder if the camera is the issue. There's a camera, but there's not a camera 2D. Do I care about that? Viewport none. Okay. Wait, what is... Oh, despawn. Okay. Tile visible? Oh, we don't know what it is because it's not registered. I'm really confused. We know we've got to transform. We know that moving it around isn't helping us because we can't see it. In assets, we know that we have hey, baby. 326. I'm going to leave it there, folks. I'm not making any progress on this anyway, so we'll figure it out offline, come back. Thanks for hanging out, though. We'll see you later.